Welcome to the Foresight Friday on shaping the future between continuities and disruptions. We are happy to celebrate the Futures Day today in Finland. The International Futures Day is celebrated on the 1st of March. That being on a Sunday, the whole of Finland is joining today on our tulevaisuuspäivä, on our own Futures Day. Yes. This Foresight Friday has been designed together with valtiokonttori, with the Treasury. And Liisa Virolainen will be joining me soon here on the stage.
Pelaanko toista mikrofonia? Voihan sitä käsimikrofonia koittaa, jos se menee huonommin. Meillä on joku mikrofoni päällä täällä, koska tää tulee kaikki pois.
Let's see, let's give it another try. We are happy to have Dr. Karl-Heinz Steinmüller from Germany visiting us today. Dr. Albrecht von Müller, unfortunately, due to the coronavirus, is unable to travel. They have travel restrictions, but we are trying to get him through Skype to make his presentation. A few practical remarks. Due to lack of Albrecht, we are going to shorten the panel discussion a little bit. We'll be finishing today at 12 o'clock, and the fishbowl discussion will be straight after Liisa's summary of the panel, of the wall panel. We have here the link, so if you go into this link, you can already start to give your comments, for example, on the presentations. And during the workshop, we will hear, for the people who are following us via live in the internet, you will have a presentation for Karl-Heinz Steinmüller during that break. I wish you a wonderful Futures Day, and I'll give the word to Liisa, and after that we will have the Director General from the Strategy Department, Seppo Määttä, give his opening words.
Thank you, Jana. Welcome, cordial, to our Moodle Foresight Day, which is kind of following of the event we had in November. The idea of this is to kind of network and increase the cooperation within the government institutions and within each other, and then with other operators on the field. It is our common future, what is on the stage. So I don't think I take any more space. Seppo, please, the floor is yours.
Yes, good morning, everybody, and welcome also on my behalf for this Foresight Friday and the Future Day. I thought that I might use this time for my opening words in sharing some of the thoughts and experiences I have had during my work before this job, by working with ministries, agencies, cities, hospitals, universities, and so forth. And also within this time I worked in this position a bit more than a year. So, and I have had the opportunity to follow how the discussions related to the future have been taken by the government. I think that we are all living simultaneously in three different time horizons. We have the past, we have the present, and we have a future. And the logic in these different horizons differ also very much with each other. We already know the past, which has already happened. Last year, last month, yesterday. Although the past has already happened, it very much provides us opportunities to reflect and to learn what has happened, why it happened like it did. Present is something that we are living and experiencing now, minute by minute, in our daily meetings with our colleagues, in debates in different forums. And the present also provides us an opportunities to reflect both before we are acting and also afterwards we have acted. But the future is very much different compared to the past and the present, although sometimes I have the feeling that the past and the present very much also actually are guiding our decisions related to the future. The future hasn't happened yet. It's not sure what will happen. The future is always more or less open on what might happen. That's why future challenges us to anticipate optional scenarios for future development. Regarding these different time horizons, I would argue that the past does not define the present. The present is not any guarantee for the continuities for the future. And the future cannot be predicted, but optional futures can be anticipated. Our legacy of our policy making here in Finland is and will be challenged. Our legacy for not always having explicit and strong enough long-term and future-oriented anticipated dimensions in our policy-making processes is not due to lacking tools or methodology for drafting scenarios and strategic policy options and actions. I would argue that the tools do exist, but the ambition to demand and to deliver is not always strong and clear enough. I believe that we need to be able to better identify and especially better to communicate the added value of the strategic foresights from the perspective of the political actors who make decisions on future policies and actions. In order to do this, we need people who have enough street credibility to ensure the policymakers that the investments made for future foresights are very, very valuable. Street credibility in this context means that a foresights expert must understand substances well enough for being able to understand on why and how the single substances are interconnected with each other. And by doing so, forming new kinds of policy setups as well as policy options. The broad view is the key for enabling us to interpret and to understand the key questions to be addressed by strategic foresight. The moment of truth for our ability to deliver relevant strategic foresight is the crucial last mile. The one of the main criteria for convincing the policymakers for the added value of the future work is whether the provided strategic foresights are relevant enough for different policymakers to be used in drafting, negotiating, and making decisions on policy objectives and actions for the future. Our traditions in policymaking are based on legacy and practices as well as institutional structures. I think that our mental orientation of policymaking has been rather pragmatic and perhaps not always that strategic and long-term based. Pragmatic and experience-based, known-the-knowns approach could be described as being there and seeing that, done that. So let's move on, let's focus on actions and some concrete work. We perhaps don't always have patience, we are not patient enough, to have the discussions also what might happen in the future before we are already rushing into the conclusions. And often that running into the conclusions means that we are focusing not enough on objectives, but we are discussing about the actions to be taken. It can happen quite easily that we do rush to something based on our embedded ways of doing things and by focusing on our past and present knowledge on situations which are often problem-based and therefore considered to be urgent as well. In these kinds of situations, there might not be any room for long-term foresight. The obvious risk in times of rush and problems is that we fall into the trap of short-termism, which narrows our views on potential futures, anti-opportunities and threats that might occur in optional scenarios. Short-termism might hinder us foreseeing and understanding how single factors are slowly interrelated and connected with each other, and by doing so, creating new and more complex combinations of factors which impacts on our society are difficult to foresee and to evaluate. And very much so in particular if we haven't done any foresight work. Related to the previous and also the present government and government's program, which is said to be a phenomenon-based, there's been a lot of discussion, what does a phenomenon mean actually? Being a rather philosophical concept as well, so I think that it has been adopted quite well in the everyday discussions. Well, I suppose that quite many of us are very familiar with the present government program, which includes kind of a phenomenon related to the employment in changing world and changing forms of work and ways in working, increasing demands and changes in our education system and competence development, increasing intensity in global competition, urbanization, external and internal security, and so forth. Some of the descriptions related to the societal phenomena are they might be gradually interconnected by volatile intensity, unpredictable and self-steering, scalable with regions, nations and continents, independent and non-controllable by institutional structures and geographical boundaries, significant and long-standing impacts on living conditions, social stability, well-being, working life, security, economics, and so forth. Although, as I already mentioned, although being a rather philosophical concept, a phenomenon captures the idea of something which has unknown, extraordinary, or significant impact on society in the future. Evolving and changing phenomena in our societies already are challenging the traditional structures and practices in policymaking. Phenomena do not follow the institutional structures in our societies. On the contrary, they fall in between the structures, and by doing so, they will challenge the traditional division of power between ministries, and particularly between ministries. Perhaps to sum up some of the points, I would say that we need to strengthen our competencies and our capacities and also our attitudes for being able to support long-term thinking and policy making in governments based on professionally conducted and prepared future foresights. We need to do this together, not so that every one of our ministries are having their own future foresight processes. And not only together with the ministries, but also with agencies, as well as regional and local actors, and also engaging the citizens to the future work. Potential futures are there somewhere. We only need to imagine the research and to anticipate the options for the future, and then to do our very best to create the future in which our society will flourish. Thank you for your attention, and have a great future day. Thank you.
Thank you, Seppo, for the opening words. We have also, of course, Mikko Duffa. I'm very sorry not to have mentioned him in the beginning. And Sitra has been doing great work, and the publication of the megatrends was just now in January, and we're very happy to have Mikko Duffa to tell us about the megatrend work that has been done. Just a second. Please.
All right. Thank you, Jaana. Happy Futures Day. So I'm here to kind of paint a very broad picture of what is happening now, what are the key changes now. Of course, Sitra isn't the only one doing megatrend work. There's a lot of different megatrend reports. Millennium Project has these different challenges. There's a lot of consultancy groups doing good stuff on megatrends. What we have done now in this our most recent update on the megatrend report is to look at these from a Finnish perspective, and also perhaps try to advance our discussion on futures. So there aren't many surprises here, because megatrends by definition are slowly changing global phenomena, but we can find kind of new things that we have to pay more attention to. And so I think what I hope to now in the next 20 minutes to paint is let's say the big picture of what are the changes. We often focus on just one or two of the changes. We often fall into our silos and fail to see these from a kind of a phenomena-based view. But I would argue that now the big picture, understanding the kind of the whole picture of the changes and transformation happening now is more important than ever. Another thing that we should pay attention to are the tensions between different changes. So the world is not kind of going in one direction uniformly, but there are a lot of different tensions. And I would say that these are the things that we need to pay attention now. These are the things where future is especially open, and these are the things we need to discuss and decide upon. So bear these in mind. And hold tight. We're gonna look at the future of the whole world from a Finnish perspective in just a few minutes. If there's one thing that is perhaps the most important to pay attention to, it is the ecological crisis we are now. Climate change, biodiversity loss, resource overconsumption, but also our kind of response to these challenges. We have used a term coined by BIOS Research Center, that the ecological reconstruction here in the topic, because we need to move on from the crisis talk to really focus on change and the solutions. So we say that ecological reconstruction is a matter of urgency. Of course, there are these familiar trends behind this, climate change being perhaps the most most widely known and also perhaps most urgent. But there's a lot of other things also. So we shouldn't forget, for example, the loss of biodiversity or soil degradation or other things. We need to solve these also together. And while we are more aware of these trends, there's also a lot of different kind of tensions arising. So we have this cognitive dissonance in our head that we are aware of these, but we haven't been able to change our behavior. We know that flying is bad, but we still fly, for example. There's also tension between different groups of people. There's groups that say that we need to act, do more radical actions, and there are people who are belittling all these changes. It's not that bad, and it's definitely not going to happen in Finland, or not in that extent. Perhaps the most important tension to pay attention to is that when we are transitioning to a more sustainable society, when we are doing the ecological reconstruction, can we at the same time reduce inequality? Can we ensure that the transition is a fair one to everybody? Can we take into account the differences between geographical locations, between the backgrounds of people, etc.? So I would say that the question to be discussed now is that how successful will we be in actually achieving quick and fair ecological reconstruction? How do we at the same time reconstruct many of our infrastructure, for example, on energy, on mobility, etc., and also change our behavior, change our culture, change our mental models. Of course, from a Finnish perspective, it is interesting to discuss also what is the Finnish role in all of this. And from a human perspective, this translates to thinking about what do actually sustainable lifestyles look like. And here we need to, in the spirit of the Future State, to really think about better futures, different but better. So takeaway message from this could be that while we need to do a lot of changes in our infrastructure, we need to employ technological, economic solutions, but this is also a change in our culture, and that is perhaps the most difficult change to make. But also the one that positive, different images of future have more role to play. A second megatrend topic is power. We have coined that relational power is strengthening. And what we mean by this, there are a lot of different trends behind this. From a global perspective, we could say that we are moving from a, let's say, multipolar world, a world where there are kind of big players, US, China, Russia, to a polynodal world where actually the power is dependent on the interactions between different actors. So for example, how much economic interaction do you have with other actors? How kind of big player are you in the global economy? What are the cultural interactions? What are the technological interactions? Are people dependent on your kind of intellectual property? And what is interesting here is that the actors are not just nation states. They can be big corporations, they can be organizations. And this is a kind of a different view to the whole global situation. There are other trends as well. We see at the same time kind of admiration of a strong leader that will provide simple solutions, but at the same time we also see a rise of new, more grassroots movements. And also we see a change in the kind of dynamics of power, that it's not just about disinformation and lying that is used as a kind of a instrument of power. It is also that increasing confusion is actually may benefit some actors because people already feel that the world is confusing. If you amplify that, then people are so anxious that they will believe whatever narrative you are saying. So we could say that instead of knowledge, in this time, the confusion could be seen as power. There are tensions here as well, for example, between these, should we make more centralized decisions or should we focus on broad engagement, or can we combine these in some way? We need to make decisions fast, and we need to make decisions based on a very broad engagement. This is a balance we have to somehow strike. From a global perspective, it is interesting to see that if indeed we are in this polynodal world, how do our global institutions function, which are often based on nation states. So how do they kind of take into account these kind of new actors on the field? We need to make huge decisions, we need to make big changes on a societal level. How can we achieve this? I would say that on the power side, this is a most urgent topic. Of course, again, from a human perspective, reducing polarization and confusion is also a kind of key challenge for us. And I would say that this is important also in terms of really being able to make quick decisions, make quick actions. So reducing confusion and taking quick action go hand in hand. And the way to reduce confusion is to look at the big picture, is to understand tension, and also to understand each other, and to really have a dialogue with people who don't think the way you do. On the population side, from a Finnish perspective, we could say that the population is aging. We also point out that it is diversifying in many ways. The kind of the old categories that we have perhaps been accustomed to do not hold in times of transformations in work and education and in political behavior, for example. The trends here, people also live longer and live healthily longer, but any kind of age group is not a kind of homogeneous group, and this is the kind of the diversifying part of the trend. We have a declining birth rate in Finland. We also have a concentration of our population to a couple of cities, and this diversification can be seen also in this kind of new forms of tribalism, that we define ourselves as belonging to some kind of new tribe, or then we might kind of define other people that okay, you belong to this tribe, and therefore I don't need to listen to you. And this is the kind of a threat in this trend, that are we locking ourselves into very small exclusive bubbles in a time where there's actually more ability than ever, or more opportunity than ever to really connect to people from different backgrounds. Other tensions from a kind of a let's say from a Finnish state point of view especially, or the economic point of view, is the how do we respond to the kind of challenges posed by aging population and the maintaining of our welfare state. So we need to really think how this is all financed. The key question here would be that how can we prevent the rise of inequality while we are also making the transition to an ecologically sustainable society. And here we again need to reduce the polarization. We perhaps need a new story of what Finland will be. I would say that we don't have there could be more stories for Finland at this stage, and I hope in this Futures Day we also kind of plant the seeds to many new positive and kind of inspiring utopias even for what Finland could be. We need to bring kind of shades of gray into this us versus them thinking. So we need to move from dichotomies to a dialogue. So let's look then to economy. There's a kind of widespread agreement that the current system is not working. And I think this is an interesting trend that we are talking about, crisis of capitalism or crisis of the economic system. The drivers behind that are, of course, the environmental trends that we all already touched upon, but also the concentration of wealth. So this new system isn't really benefiting as much people as it should be. There's also changes already happening in economy. For example, the rise of circular economy, structures of work are changing due to digitalization, and all these mean that we need to continuously develop our competencies, so lifelong learning, in other words. There's a lot of tensions here as well. I would just point out one of these that even though there's a widespread agreement on that we need a new kind of direction for our economy, but there's not an agreement on what that new direction is. So are we focusing on sustainable economy? Do we try to fit our current system into planetary boundaries? Or do we move to a more radical rethinking of a restorative or regenerative economy, where the economy is just a tool to transform society so that we can improve the status of our environment, bearing in mind the boundaries of social well-being. So the question is, how do we reshape our economic system? How will our consumption habits change? How will our working life change? How will our social welfare change? I would like to see us working together to build a more kind of restorative, regenerative economy. Oops. So the final theme I want to point out is technology. Technology is, of course, still developing fast, but what I found more interesting here is how quickly we also kind of employ that and how quickly it becomes part of our society and part of our everyday life. If you're looking at technological development, it's interesting to look at how it transforms our operating methods, how it transforms our behavior. So we're not just doing the same thing more efficiently, we are doing things differently. And I think this is the key thing to focus on. Of course, artificial intelligence is something that is now talked about a lot. What I find there interesting is how it has already kind of permeated our society. It's become part, we use it every day, and this will most likely just become kind of an everyday thing. All this means that there should be more emphasis on understanding technology. Already from a kind of a democratic point of view, we need to be able to decide on how do we implement technology in our society. but also from a kind of human point of view, in order to ensure well-being, we need to understand our technology. Here from the tensions, I would point out just that when technology becomes more kind of widespread, we need to pay attention to the differences between different groups of users of that technology. Do everybody have access to the technology? Do everybody have ability to use it, cognitive or even physical? It's very hard to use a smartphone if your hands are shaking, for example. At the same time, technology can kind of provide new abilities. For example, it can see if you cannot see. You can use a smartphone to do image recognition. So there's a the question is, how do we employ it? And the bigger question, perhaps, and which also links to the themes of the Futures Day, is that who exercises power over futures? So who gets to define what kind of images of future we have? From a technological point of view, who gets to kind of decide on how technology is developed and how it is implemented? So we have been talking about how technology affects us. I think now it's also time to talk more about how can we influence technology. So here is the big picture with all the tensions. If this makes you anxious, well, I would say that don't worry. All of the tensions are places where the future is open and where we can have an influence on what will happen. So this just gives a kind of an overall view on what is the current state. In our Megatrends report, we also pointed out these meta trends, and these are kind of changes that overlap all of the other megatrends. These are things that also influence the direction of these other trends, and we kind of offer them as a way to understand the bigger picture better. So, for example, one meta trend is that we are moving into post-normal times, in times where surprises, discontinuities are the norm, which means that what normal is kind of becomes irrelevant. We also see the emotions at play in all of these trends. It's very easy to start a fight on social media on any topic, I would say. We also see that we pay more attention to emotions also in our working life, for example. And the final, together separately, is a kind of a paradox that in a time of hyperconnectivity, in a time where we are just a click away from everybody else, we feel more and more lonely. So it's we are together separately. I've kind of pointed out a whole lot of questions here that we need to discuss, but I would say that this is perhaps the most important one. What kind of future do we want to build together? Thank you.
Thank you, Mikko, for a very interesting presentation. I'm happy to invite Dr. Karl-Heinz Steinmüller. He's a scientific director. He's a lecturer at the Berlin University at a master's program for futures research. He's a physicist. He's a science fiction author, a lot of things. We're very happy to have him with us. Please.
Well, yes, and I'm perhaps the most old-fashioned futurist in the room. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm quite happy to be here with you at Helsinki, since I can meet so many friends and colleagues here, and I get acquainted with new colleagues. Seppo Metta gave you introduction with some philosophical depth, and Mikko developed a kind of picture. I want to go more into methodological questions, and my background is about, say, 100 projects of different years, since with megatrends you are not yet at the level of concrete projects, and I will a little bit talk about that. I will first speak about how to make sense of megatrends and then go into questions of decision making. In fact, when you work in the foresight field, you are doing a kind of cyclical work. Since as a futurist, you are engaged in the whole cycle of say futurizing. You develop forecast scenarios, you discuss with people about goals, visions, about their hopes and fears, and then you have images of the futures, of different futures, perhaps before a common background of these big picture of megatrends, and then you go back and make assessments and evaluations, develop roadmaps, and go into planning so that you really can shape the future. So you have always in mind certain images of the future. This is quite deeply anchored in foresight. Herman Cahn's famous American futurist once said, anyone can learn from the past, but what you need today is to learn from the future. I think he expressed it a little bit more pointed. Every fool can learn from the past. But the difference, of course, is when you learn from the past, you are inclined to react only to developments. But when you try to learn from the future, you have to be proactive and preactive. That's what the French call l'attitude prospective, the mindset of foresight, the foresight attitude. But foresight itself today is challenged, since we have so many tensions, to take this word, in the world. We live in a world which is characterized by a high volatility. Only look at the stock markets, by a high uncertainty. Think about coronavirus, by such a lot of complexity everywhere. Everything depends on every other things in the infrastructures, and by ambiguity. You do not know how to interpret most phenomena. It is a kind of a miracle sometimes, and you have to invent your own interpretations. Behind that is an acceleration of most, not all, social processes. Sometimes processes have also a certain slowness, but in general we live in an age of acceleration. We have much more actors who influence policy making, not only on governmental level, but also the individual has today more influence than earlier. We live in a time where we have so-called wicked problems. Wicked problems are problems which are not easily solved. I compare them with the mythological Hydra. If you cut one head of the Hydra, 3 others grow. And so wicked problems tend to develop new and new problems, and you always have a large amount of problems before you, and you solve one and have new ones. What is also interesting, that you have a change of democratic processes, and nobody really knows how they change. It is partly that you have more power for individuals, individuals with a very good rhetorics who influence as populist large masses, but on the other hand, you have all the NGOs and other organizations which take influence. And with respect to this, you have also changing in the information environment. You get so many information, and you have to combine it and to take your conclusions for it. So foresight itself is challenged, and foresight itself is developing. One can also devise scenarios about the future of foresight, for instance, that you have a more individualized foresight with strong personalities like, say, Pentti Malask car coming back or so, or that you have more software-based foresight with platforms, a lot of platforms, some developed here in Finland who have very good collections of trends and so on. So it is also changing. For me, foresight is as well research, but also a craft when I am running workshops, for instance, and a kind of art where you need imagination. But let's look at the megatrends. Megatrends have a very long time scale. Once I've been asked by one of our clients, well, Karl-Heinz, you explained to us the megatrends, but these were the megatrends of last year. What are the megatrends of this year? And I had to tell him, well, perhaps megatrends stay a little bit longer with us. Well, that's so easy for you, then you can tell always the same thing about the same megatrends. How to bring more excitement in megatrends when you say, well, but they all have inherent uncertainties. We know the big picture, but if you look closer, you see there's development, there's changes, and so many things and surprises come in. I will speak in my live stream presentation a little bit about these surprises. So, well, a megatrend is nothing fixed, but something, well, say alive. But if you look around and do a Google search, you find lots and lots of megatrend sets. And I found already megatrend sets with up to 70 megatrends. That's already minor trends, if there are so many. So, and we use at set point this set, but I've always a feeling this is our diagnostics of the age. Like Mikko gave a diagnostics of our age. But seen from another point of view, from another perspective, for instance, from a Chinese perspective or from an Indian perspective, you would have other megatrends, though it depends on your worldview. And I myself, I've been a little bit surprised what's, for instance, the role of religions and individuality within the megatrends. Years ago, when I started as a young foresight person 30 years ago, I had no idea that I would once include religion into the set of important trends. 20 years ago, I had an idea that I should do it, and now I really have to do it. And I never thought that religion would return into a secularized society in this strength. So you have to interpret quite a lot with megatrends. But megatrends are not enough. You have to combine them with goal, and I'm quite glad that Mikko concluded with the question, what are our goals? Where do we want to go to? Which future do we want to have? The United Nations have defined the Sustainable Development Goals. They are based on megatrends, okay, based on the tensions, but they set up the set of goals for all mankind. If you combine the megatrends with the goal, so you come to challenges, you come to things which are not yet fulfilled, where you have work to do. And I'm quite glad that we run this Foresight Friday in connection with the Millennium Project, which had the Global Foresight Day some days earlier. But anyway, we are not late. We are doing another thing. So that's, anyway, they have defined 15 global challenges which have to be solved in the next years, in the next decades. So, megatrends, goals, challenges. And now one look at the way from megatrends to decision making. For me, foresight is a kind of structured process with many steps. It starts with framing, with defining the task of the concrete project. And then you do a lot of research and analysis, and you have to develop projections of the future, futures, it's a plural term, and then you draw implications, you have to communicate and to transfer the results and to monitor whether something which you have developed is really implemented or not, and whether it works or doesn't work. But the main phases for me are the ones around projections. Projections, that's a part of real foresight, isn't it? Other projects also can run through that cycle, but with only 5 steps. We have the 6 steps, which are the future projections, and there we use quite a lot of different methods. All these can also be learned at University of Tokyo. They have their fine researchers and fine lecturers, or at University of Helsinki. And so you have the Futures Academy of Finland. That's one we in Germany envy you. You are one step ahead of us, at least in this regard. So the main stage in foresight is to build projections. But megatrends can be a kind of starting point for developing projections. You have the megatrends, and you have to define their subtrends, and you look for weak signals and surprises, wild cards, and then you can develop futures and look for future impacts on your organization and an organizational environment, and you look on the goals, and with the help of the goals you can devise opportunities and threats, and then you can conclude strategic implications from it. Well, this sounds a little bit philosophical, but when you have a closer look at the processes, it becomes much more complicated. And for instance, I will give you 2 examples, one from a scenario process and one from an innovation process. And in scenario processes, you can also start with the megatrends and with the subtrends. You try to find out which are the most important, most impactful, but also most uncertain factors, the so-called key factors within these megatrends. And from these factors, you develop projections, and combine the projections, you make a consistency analysis, and after that, you can draw your scenarios. It's a pity that Mr. Albrecht von Müller is not here, since he has a wonderful software for the whole of the process, for scenario process, Parmenides Eidos, and we work very often with it, and it runs through these stages. But it's only one part of the whole project. You can take all these kinds of software and run your projects with it, but it does not guarantee that your project will be a success. Success depends on the social process in the foresight process. I always say that you have 2 kinds of processes running in parallel in each foresight. That is the methodological and the content side process, and the other process is a social process. And I never saw that one of our foresight projects came into troubled water by, say, the methodology or the content. But sometimes it happened by the social process, that we did not put enough attention to, say, diplomatic methods within the team and beyond the team, and included the right persons, or if it has a human side, it becomes complicated. The difficulties do not lie in methodology; they lie in human relations. So that's only one word about that. Another way to work with megatrends is to build innovations from them, to invent something new with the help of megatrends. And we once ran a megatrend-based innovation process with a large chemical company, and they first took megatrends like dematerialization or biologization and also digitalization and so on, and they defined their business environment and action fields for new products. And then they had innovation fields for specific products, and we run workshops with them where we thought about product ideas, and some of these 40 ideas have really been implemented and put into the market. But think about it. You have these mega trends, perhaps 10, perhaps 20 or 70, and sub-trends, and it's a whole lot of them. And then you look into the sub-trends, and perhaps you have several hundreds of sub-trends, and all these trend platforms provide you every day with new trends and trends and trends, and the hundreds and hundreds of trends. And my colleagues, my younger colleagues, well, that's so much information, megabits and megabyte of information, and then what's the result? 3 scenarios, a decision, go, no go, that's 1 bit. We start with megabytes, and then 1 bit, and say, if this decision, go, no go, is felt with a little bit higher probability to be the correct decision, then all the process of cutting down the amount of information to 1 bit had its value. But I'm already coming to my conclusions. Foresight sometimes for me is more of an art, since when you want to develop something new, say new goals for society, what will be the Finnish society of the future? What kind of society do you want to have? That's not a question of research. That's a question of imagination and of creativity. And you should and could, of course, invite also artists to it, or future thinkers with a very broad horizon and perhaps really weird ideas. Future will be weird, it will be wild. And so you can take hold of it. So for all, yes, I have to really to say, all the projects I was involved in, we had always a kind of mental travel into the future. And if you want to travel mentally into the future, you need your imagination. Of course, you have the background of the megatrends, but that's not enough. You need your own wishes and your own fears to develop images of the future, and to do it combined with other people. And then you arrive at something valuable. So, but foresight, of course, meets real challenges, and these are not the tensions from the megatrends, but the tensions within an organization. These are only some examples I really stumbled about in the projects I was involved in. Sometimes it was said, well, you have a time scale, a deadline in the project, but the minister or the CEO has decided the important session of the board will be earlier, so we need the results a month earlier. Everybody who runs projects knows this is the normal way. Or that you have elections. And of course, several weeks before elections, nothing new can be published because parties would jump on it and take it as their own. So, well, okay, it has to be timely. Or another thing, if you do not invite the chief of the, in that case it was a technology department, he will obstruct the whole process. So we had to invite him, and it was a terrible workshop with him since he tried to disrupt the workshop, but the project survived. So that's always, or sometimes you need high-ranking participants to give reputation to the process. You know, sometimes the chief doesn't know so much about a matter than his that is co-workers. On the working level, there is the real knowledge about the subject. You want to invite these people, but of course you need somebody reputational with a tie, etc. And then you have to invite them. Okay, it has to work. And another fact is, once we run the project for a company, and in the end, we observed, well, it was only to give one of the junior manager more profile. But of course, it helped the company. So we had our money from it. So all was fine. But we have to look also for the hidden agendas. There is a reason for the project, and it is written down in the research question and so on. But there is a human side behind it, and something wants to get more profile or want to tell the others, hey, we are also here and have to say something in this process. You have to take all this into account.
Ich frage, ob es funktioniert.
My presentation stops here. I've talked too long about this one slide, and therefore, wow. Yeah, okay. It's okay. Well, so you have to integrate foresight processes into decision processes. It's like cogwheels. They have to work together. There are windows of opportunity for foresight. And sometimes they are open and sometimes they close. And you have to watch quite carefully what is the best window of opportunity. When is the mind of your superior open to foresight results or not? So, and another is that you need persons who promote the foresight process. You put the power promoters, one at the top who says, foresight is important, we will run foresight. In Germany, we have in the coalition contract between the main parties, we have one paragraph about foresight, and this is wonderful, since we can say, well, foresight has to be done. So, and you need, of course, people who know the facts, who come in with like Micro, of course, who can tell everything, and these are the content providers. And you have challengers. You need challengers, persons, they are called red hats in the software industry, who say, well, it's all stupid what you are doing. You need a completely different kind of project. They are very helpful too. And you need to present it in the right formats, PowerPoint or not, in the right language. I once met a manager who also is in the consultancy business. He said, well, tomorrow I'm going to company XYZ, and I've still learned the linguistics of that company, how they term certain things, that I use the right language for them. And visualization becomes much more important. Visualization is quite decisive, since with visualization you see more what is not written in the text, or it's sometimes much better than texts. But anyway, foresight is prone to many, many pitfalls. You have mainstream thinking, silo thinking in any organization. You try to stick to today's ideas, since you have not already tomorrow's ideas. And of course, I know it from managers, but it's in the ministries the same. They all want certainty. Well, we invited you into the process to give us certainty. You are the forecaster, make forecasts. So, or if you work with engineers, they already know solutions. If you talk to the VTT people, of course, they sometimes know what is the solution to a certain ecological or other problem. So, well, not too early jump to solutions, or you develop methodological bombers in transparency. But sometimes it cannot be transparent to the last item. If you publish everything, nobody will read it. So intransparency by transparency is also an important factor. Sometimes you can use this, of course. Well, we have documented everything about the research project. It's your fault that you did not read the 1,000 pages. So that's sometimes fine. It's not that I propose it to you. So, well, and of course, some people try to sell results as prophecy. We are no prophets. We live it to Greta. She's a prophet. That's it. So, my last slide. For success, foresight should be smart. It should be specific, for the problem. It should be measurable. The outcome should have measurable results. It should be acceptable to the organization. It should be realistic to the problem, and it should be timely. That's important. So, and you need 5 C's: competence, cooperation, creativity, communication, continuity. Continuity always is a problem. A new department for Foresight has been established, and after 5 years it is abolished. Or think about la cellule de prospective of the European Commission, which ran, I think, it was two frameworks, 8 years. It's a lot. That's a lot for a Foresight department. So, okay. I thank you for your attention, and I will be on the panel, and you can put then all questions, no, not all Foresight questions to me. I always say, well, I like to answer questions about the future, but not about stock markets, not about weather, not about love. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Karl-Heinz, for the wonderful, inspirational speech and presentation. We have Albrecht von Müller online in Skype. We're trying to connect him.
Albrecht, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Can we?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. That's already something.
The screen.
Okay, jetzt kannst du deinen Screen stellen.
Okay, how do I scale?
Da und dann unten auf den Screen rechts.
Ah.
Ja, und dann auf Desktop.
Okay.
Und wenn du jetzt rechts einfach in die Präsentation klickst, genau.
Do you happen to see the PowerPoint slide?
Yes, we can.
Great.
If
So
you can just enlarge it. Yes,
yeah, I'm
perfect.
now enlarging it. Okay.
How can we make the voice a
then-
little bit louder? We're trying to get your voice a little bit louder.
Das müssen die machen.
Okay. Should I continue to talk? So even if it's meaningless, so that you hear at least the voice?
It is. We can hear you, but it's quite quiet. So we're trying to still increase the voice.
I can try to get a bit closer to the mic.
This is now perfect.
Is that better now? Okay, so first of all, welcome, and let's cross fingers that the technology works. And thank you very much for the invitation. I'm just going to go through a new way of coping with complexity, and as the slides that I'm going to present will be available to everybody. Don't waste your time or focus by scribbling down things. I think the important thing is that we just get the overall gist across. And I would jump right into the challenge that we are confronted with, and that is the explosive growth of complexity, which is an old trend in evolution. And a colleague from Harvard, Eric Chisson, made this interesting observation that complexity seems to be increasing very, very rapidly in a way that from Big Bang to the invention of the automobile, we had about the same increase like we then had since the automobile until today. Now, the big challenge and big problem is that biological evolution is much, much slower by orders of magnitude than civilizational evolution. And so our brain is still made for this nice and inviting scene that we see here in the middle. Unfortunately, my pointer seems not to work. Oh yes, I got it back here. So it's made for this situation much more than for today's situation. And the gap between these two is what we are addressing in our research. Let me start with making some introductory remarks. I promise the theoretical part is not more than one slide. So I would start with a rather general observation by arguing that at present we are still much more a Homo instrumentalis than already a real Homo sapiens. Our techno-economic skills grew enormously and in a self-accelerating mode over the past 200 years. What's lagging behind dramatically is reason and responsibility. And these we find when studying human thinking are significantly different. Cognitive operations also correlated to different neurobiological activation patterns. Now here at the Foundation is an interdisciplinary center. We are trying to study in a very focused effort with about a dozen disciplines the foundations and frontiers of human thought. And we focus specifically on the already mentioned phenomenon of reason as opposed to pure rationality. You can define rationality as a very powerful mode of thinking in which increasing analytical clarity and precision brings us to more and more high-resolution descriptions of reality, also allowing us to understand causal relations. Reason, however, can be defined as the ability to appreciate and shape complex phenomena in their entirety. And that's something very different than the analytical drill down, because here you have to apply a more constellatory mode in your thinking process, which allows you to take the whole picture into account. And that's unfortunately not what we train in universities, in schools, in business schools, etc. So we have a very one-sided cognitive training environment today, and that's part of the problem and one of the reasons why we are in a spiral of increasing civilizational self-threats. Civilization is strengthening itself, and one of the reasons is exactly this hypertrophic ability to zoom into the details and to optimize locally, but the underdeveloped capability to look at the entire picture and take that serious. So one of the big challenges in the years and decades ahead of us is to re-enable our thinking to look at the whole, to appreciate the whole picture. Now, the purpose of this modular visual reasoning language that I'm going to introduce in a second is exactly this, to re-enable reasonable thinking, which never is in contrast to rational insight. That's important to say. Rational insight is just the earlier step of the reasoning process, and reason never contradicts ratiomorphic insights. It just goes far beyond them. And the nice thing about these visual reasoning language is that we get complex reasoning processes in a highly transparent, actively rethinkable and further developable reasoning architecture, which we will see in a second. One of the crucial steps for reason, if we want to support reason, as opposed to pure rationality, is that we provide the brain with a synoptic representation of all the crucial components and their interactions. If we don't have such a comprehensive cognitive representation, reason does not work. Now, obviously this was not very easy, was developed over almost 3 decades with hundreds of man years involved. And it, interestingly enough, also leads today to novel forms of AI. If you look at artificial intelligence at present, what you see is wherever you open the hood under a artificial intelligence product, there's just one single cognitive operation, and that's pattern recognition. So today's AI is, in a very strict sense, a one-trick pony. And the problem is that many of the people who work in AI, or it's even a tradition in cognitive science, to reduce what the human brain does to a Turing machine, to a computer. And once you reduce the original, or your picture of the original in that manner, you obviously cannot learn very much from that reduced picture for AI. So the next generation of AI will learn much more what the brain actually does, and it's going in the direction of a multimodal AI, which then also can support human reasoning in a much more intelligent and efficient way than we do today. That's just a side remark for those of you who are interested in artificial intelligence. I think it's one of the most fascinating developments, and by the way, also one where we here in Europe have a huge competitive advantage, because we have a richer understanding of knowledge, and our notion of, for example, in German, Wissen is much richer than just confirmed belief, as the notion of knowledge is sometimes defined in the Anglo-Saxon world. So knowledge, we only are at the level of knowledge if we can understand, explain, and possibly predict. Otherwise, we are on the level of information, and that distinction is of greatest importance for the future of AI. Now, let me just close these few introductory remarks with a nice quote from a user who said, working with this visual reasoning language means to effortlessly advance one's own thinking skills from a recorder flute to a full-fledged concert piano. That's obviously very nice and probably even exaggerated, but that's at least the vision behind our efforts to develop those methodologies. Just to give you a brief introduction or overview how the research works. So it's really situated at the interface between natural science, cognitive neuroscience, much of medicine, and then more the conceptual stuff coming from cognitive psychology, coming from philosophy. And the loop between the two is really the essential thing. One of the main findings that happened over the last years is that we could identify a set of basic cognitive, basic thinking operations, and we understand thinking here as connecting mental content. And there are 4 basic ways how to connect it: comparative relations, conditional, causal, and constellatory relations. And exactly these findings about the, so to speak, the DNA of complex thinking is what we try to support then in the modular visual reasoning. Now, let's look into this here. This is a very elementary loop, how complex thinking works. And specifically, this is a process focused on problem solving, as I assume many of you are concerned with and confronted with. So the first thing that the brain inevitably does is that it forms an overall impression, and that's a very constellatory thinking mode, and it kind of decides very much the further reasoning process. So it's of utmost importance to get things right here. The second step then is more of an analytical nature. We zoom into the individual driving factors and their interactions. The third is then again more of a constellatory nature, because we look at what can we do, what's our option space. And here we have big deficits today, because we hardly ever have the methodology and the patience and the energy to really scan our option space before we then compose specific strategic alternatives, project them against our goals and targets, analyze the risks, and finally monitor the implementation process. So it's a very simple thing, and I just show you how each of these steps can be visualized. And by visualizing, we start to use the eye for the thinking process. That's very important, because language is a sheerly sequential medium, i.e. one information bit has to come after the other. And this sequential structure, this linear structure, is really not very appropriate to represent complex phenomena. Our eye, our visual sense, is much more capable of dealing with complex issues and dealing with different informations in parallel. So it's quintessential, and that's the whole idea behind visual reasoning, to learn how to utilize the eye for the actual thinking process. So when we talk about visualizing each of these 6 steps, you see here different forms that try to come as close as possible to the individual cognitive process. Let me just open one of those in order to give you an example here. I'm always fighting with my cursor here. Now I've got it again. Let's hope it opens. Now we're looking into one of those modules in real time. The content is not so important. It's from a big research project we are running at present on classifying psychiatric patients. So it's a novel way of representing a patient as a constellation of symptoms. And the big difference to traditional patient descriptions or traditional descriptions of complex entities is that you do not just have the list of features, maybe even prioritized, but what you have here is that doctors are asked also to assess how the individual symptoms are related to each other. Technically, what you see here is called a patient molecule. It's already used in practice very successfully in clinical practice, because it gives a much more insightful representation. It gives better abilities to predict outcome, to see the efficiency of drugs, etc., and to classify patients. So it's about 5 to 10 times richer in the information than the classical linear sequential list description. And interestingly enough, it seems to be very close to how the brain actually works. If I ask you whether Singapore is a dictatorship or not, what you do in your thinking is you call on all the elements that you are aware of regarding Singapore. This is quite similar relational cluster of features. And then your brain calls on your notion of dictatorship, and then it does what technically is today called a semantic graph matching between the two. So we seem to be getting very close to this constellatory processing mode of the brain with these new technologies. And we often hear from medical doctors, when they start to become used to working with this description, we hear the comment, oh, that's actually how I always thought about my patient. I just never saw them like that. And it's used also in tumor conferences where you have to communicate quickly between different specialties, etc., etc. I don't go further into that. I just wanted to show this as a practical example of how these novel techniques to support the human brain in its reasoning skills, how powerful and how novel this is as an approach. Let me get back to our overview. And I just jumped into a second application, flavor of how one can really support thinking. I'm now jumping into this option space scanning, where we try to figure out what is our actual option space and how can we utilize it. The big problem here is, just imagine the space of possible ways how to act is a huge space. Just think of the room in which you are sitting now in Helsinki. And what we do usually in the early stages of projects, whether it's in the private sector or in the public, doesn't make much difference. We, in an early kickoff meeting, produce a few hypotheses and then do the drill down, just somewhere in this huge room. But we have no way to make sure that these drill downs that we do are at the most interesting subsets or subspaces of this overall space. So we're kind of randomized choosing where to do our drill downs and then compare them with scientific precision, but we have no guarantee whatsoever that we found the most interesting places in the overall space. Now, what I show you now is exactly the antidote against this kind of clueless first hypotheses. Let me just see whether I can get that a bit bigger here. This is again from medicine, from oncology in this case, and it has on the left-hand side here a description of the patient that can have as many dimensions as you wish. In this little toy example, it's just 3 dimensions. And let's assume dimension 3 would be the performance of the liver, and in this patient it's still very good. So the red dot, which you see here, is quite high. As I said, can be as many dimensions as you wish to have. On the right-hand side, we see what we can do, how we can act, how we can intervene. And let's assume one would be chemotherapy. Let's assume the next one would be radiation and then surgery and so forth. And now the question is, which combination of measures optimally fits with this here on the left-hand side described patient configuration? Now, in order to answer that question in a meaningful way, we first have to look at the compatibility of all those possibilities to act. So these little mosaic pieces here on the right-hand side, we must understand how do they interact with each other and how do they interact with a specific patient condition. In order to assess that, one has such a half matrix where one analyzes the compatibilities between the individual patient features and the possibilities how to act. Once we have done that, we can now start to use the computer, the computing power, and it goes through several thousand alternative therapies, and then, like looking from the top to the Alps, you see the highest mountains. All the rest, the not so good strategies are covered with polite clouds here or fog, and you only see the top performers in the overall option space. So that's an operation that the human brain could alone only do in years, but here we can do it in a few seconds, and we now get a rather comprehensive picture of the overall option space and can in a meaningful way say, oh, we take one of the representatives of this mountain and maybe one here and one there and one there, and then we compare these and we have a we are reassured that we are really utilizing our option space in the best possible way. So coming back to the overview, you see that each of the steps here, starting from the initial impression through the analysis of these factors, through this option space scanning to then selecting the most promising of the here selected strategies through a risk assessment, which is just combined probabilities, what could go wrong, to the implementation monitoring. This is really the quintessential reasoning process now deaggregated into its individual steps. Now, what you will find in the paper is, yes, I'm no, that's fine. I'm through in 2 minutes, promised. Now, what you find in the slides, if you are interested to look into them, is that each of those 6 operations is described in terms of what's the challenge, what's the approach to solve it, how does it work, why does it work regarding the brain, what you should do, what you should try to avoid, and what the role in the overall reasoning architecture is. So what you find on this slide is an extremely condensed description of why and how all these modules work. And if you like, you can have a look at them. It saves you the time of reading an entire book. I'm summing up, Jana, and I zoom out a bit again and ask, as a philosopher by training, I ask, what's the role of thinking in our universe? And I think thinking is the process by which our universe starts to become aware of itself. And that gives the whole universe a fundamentally novel quality. And that's actually also the philosophical reason for human dignity, because in every single human being, the whole process of reality gains a fundamentally novel question. And we are not too often aware of that and of that wonderful things that happen in our awareness of ourselves and of the world. Now, our present thinking skills, as I said at the beginning, are kind of an early beta release. They are a good start, but we need to further unfold our thinking skills if we want to survive the present civilizational crisis. Thank you for your attention.
Okay. Oh, I didn't have it either. When we have the aquarium after this workshop, I would like to have those who kindly have promised to be in the aquarium, or fishbowl in English, Pirjo-Leena, Elina, Kaisa, or Jyrki to come here just for a moment. To be sure you are in different rooms and you can then reflect what happens in that room. Thank you.
So for the people following this Foresight Friday in the internet, we have a special treat for you. And we are happy to have Karl-Heinz Steinmüller also to give a presentation on Beyond Megatrends. Karl-Heinz, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you, Jana. Ladies and gentlemen, we've heard a lot about megatrends, and megatrends provide us with a big picture. But this is not enough. We have to go beyond megatrends and to look closer on all the different developments which are behind them, and also on the surprises connected to them. In fact, there is an old paradox in foresight. In every foresight exercise, you have two overarching tensions. The more certain and detailed the foresight, the more people will accept it and believe it to be useful. But the more certain and detailed the foresight, the less likely is it to happen. So we have to think about what else could happen, what else beyond the megatrends could occur. In fact, we live in a UK world, a world characterized by volatility, like in the stock markets, a world characterized by uncertainty, or well, say, like about the further unfolding of the corona epidemic. We live in a world of complexity, with interrelations, like with all the infrastructures which are connected to each other. Without the information infrastructure, the energy infrastructure would not run, and without energy, the water infrastructures would not run, so on. And we live in a time of ambiguity where you need to interpret all the phenomena around you, and you have no ready-made interpretations for them. You have to invent all these interpretations. In fact, we live in a world of many, many risks. The World Economic Forum publishes every year a global risk report. And I've one example from the latest of them, and they show us how all these risks are interrelated. In fact, we see that surprises are the new normal. I once collaborated with Finnish colleagues in a paper about the surprises in the new normal in energy security. It's not only for energy, it's for all spheres of society. We have an increased pace of change. It's what is called acceleration. We have more complexity and more risks. So we can be sure that there will be surprises everywhere and every day, and therefore we need more foresight. Herman Kahn, the famous American futurist, once developed scenarios, and he had one so-called surprise-free standard scenario of combined trends. And he told everybody the largest surprise would be if this surprise-free scenario would realize. So surprises are sure, and therefore foresight is needed. What can we do with so many surprises out there? How can we avoid being caught napping, being caught asleep? How can we make up, discern upcoming crisis, and sure, there will be new crises, and how to prepare for completely new situations. Not only necessarily bad situations, also good situations, opportunities. Sometimes people are surprised by opportunities and cannot take profit of them. Or how can we ourselves provoke change? That's most important if we want to have a transition to a sustainable society, a sustainable economy. We ourselves have to make the change. And even if you think about all these mega trends and how they restrict our room, how can we enlarge our room for maneuver? So foresight is needed. And one part of foresight, one complementary part to megatrends are wildcards. Wildcards are surprising disruptions which happen out of the blue. They have a very low probability before the event. Everybody thinks that's so improbable, we need not think about it. But they have, when they happen, a very high impact, and therefore they surprise everybody, and because of the surprise, they have this disruptive potential. The concept of wildcards is quite close connected to the concept of black swan. Black swans, as Nassim Taleb defined them, are not only rare events with extreme impact, but also events that can, in retrospect, be predicted. So, but in fact, he writes about black swans that we do not know about them before. So, my wild cards are a kind of gray swans or tamed black swans. We know already about them, but therefore they are no longer totally black to us. Wild cards are future quakes. They shake our image of the future, but they do more. They change our perception of the future, of the present, and of the past. We redefine our past when a wildcard has happened. Think about September 11. After the terror attacks on the World Trade Center, everybody began talking about that there have been hints to that event, that young people from the Arab countries began taking courses in piloting airplanes and such things. So you should have known about it before, but that's in retrospect. So our perception of the past has changed. Wildcards change trends. They can make ruptures to trends. They can reinforce trends, create new trends, or even disrupt structures. So in sum, wildcards are earthquakes of all our mental landscape, future, present, past. You can look whether you may find weak signals which hint to such future quakes or earthquakes of the mental landscape. You can look around yourself whether you can discern novel phenomena, something new happening. And the concept of weak signals has been defined by a management guru many years ago. And he said that they are pieces of information that become important. And these pieces of information have been interpreted. Only the interpretation makes a phenomena to a weak signal. But what does weak mean? Weak is a word. It means they are perhaps faint or obscure, weak in comparison to what? To other signals, to the underlying phenomenon, to the coming events. There is a Dutch researcher, Barbara van Veen, who just published her thesis. And she said, weakness refers to the distance of new information to the frame of reference of the perceiver. So weak signals are signals who do not really fit into existing mental frames. They shake our mental frames, and because they do not fit into the mental frames, they are faint and obscure. And in a certain sense, one can define weak signals as an opposite to megatrends. Megatrends have a high stability, even with also uncertainties behind the cover of the megatrend. But weak signals have a very low stability. They emerge and they may vanish. Weak signals have a very low visibility, and megatrends have such a high visibility. But sometimes I have to ask my clients in companies, and so when they ask me what are new weak signals and what are new very small trends, hidden trends, emerging issues, then I say to them, well, that's fine, But look in your company. You have no strategy how to recruit people in an age of demographic change. So why are you asking for weak signals if you do not even listen to the strong signals, to the mega trends? So you have to cover all the breadth from mega trends with high stability and high visibility to weak signals with low visibility and low stability. The weak signals do not fit into our mental frames. They are, in a way, unknown unknowns, or at least unknowns of the first level. You know perhaps that the concept of unknown unknowns have become famous by a news briefing of the former Defense Secretary of the United States, Donald Rumsfeld, who told that there are some things we do not know, we don't know. These are the unknown unknowns. In fact, when he was speaking about this, there were things he did not want to know. So we have different kinds even to unknown unknowns. One can perhaps call them, these are the unthinkable things. And one should think about the unthinkable. This goes back also to Herman Kahn, who had written a book about, with the title of Thinking About the Unthinkable, and the unthinkable was a thermonuclear war, and he wanted the American strategists to think about all the levels of escalation, etc., to have a clearer picture of these unthinkable of the thermonuclear war. But when you now ask people, what are the unthinkables? They come with answers. And if they can answer the question, what are your unthinkables, then of course they have thought about it. So perhaps it's not the right word. And there has been an English study 4 years ago, and they questioned quite a lot of managers, top-level managers in companies, and also officials from ministries, what are their unthinkables. And the result was, there are no unthinkables, there are unpalatables, issues you do not want to talk about because they are not politically correct, they are carrier spoilers in a way, so you do not touch them, the untouchables among the issues. But of course, as a futurist, as a foresight people, we should also talk about things we do not like to talk about. We should also move out of the comfort zone into the uncomfortable wider world. Since out there are our blind spots, and one can requote this quotation by Donald Rumsfeld by a cybernetician Heinz von Förster, who once said, the observer doesn't see that he doesn't see what he doesn't see. These are the really blind spots. And sometimes, as a futurist, I have the impression that the real future is developing behind my back. And I try to turn around and to observe what's going on behind my back, but of course it's already the other side, so that I never get hold of it. I feel uncomfortable that I myself also have my certain blind spots. I try to overcome them, and I have tried defined levels of taboos. First order taboos, that's a no-go area for our projects. We do not want to include this issue in the project. And second order taboos, these carrier spoilers, you do not want to talk about because it's detrimental to your reputation in the company. And there are third order taboos where you simply lack the concept, lack the words to talk about it. But let's go back to the uses of wild cards. One can overcome these blind spots, at least partially, by using wild cards in foresight projects. You can use wild cards to inspire thinking out of the box. You can foster imagination by them. They extend the future space. Whereas the trends are narrowing down the options of the future space. Wildcards are breaking up those restrictions by the trends, and they are opening up, extending the future space. They inspire for innovation, and they are a good antidote to hype or to hyper worst case thinking. We use them sometimes technical, to collect minority opinions, to make robustness tests for scenarios, to develop additional scenarios. Again, a quotation. Once an English friend told me, "Oh, Karl-Heinz, so you are using wildcards to make your scenarios a little bit more realistic, since ordinary scenarios are something, say, abstract. But wildcards bring in the reality out there, and we use them for wind tunneling strategies." But where to take wildcards, where to look for weak signals? It's quite clear that trends themselves can provoke wildcards. They have sometimes you have unidentified trends or underrelated trends or impacts of trends you have not assessed before, and then you can think about them in terms of wildcards. Or you have sudden changes in trends. You can make a kind of wildcard exercise to every trend and look whether it stays stable or whether it changes in the near future. And of course, interactions of trends very often give rise to wildcards. And sometimes you have reactions of politics, of business to trends, and if they are inappropriate, then they produce new wildcards. I have to take a quotation by my Finnish colleague Elina Hiltunen at that point, who once asked, "Is it a wild card or only our blindness to existing trends?" And a German politician once told that sometimes we are sold things as black swans, which in fact are effects of ostrich behavior. If you put your head into the sands, as an ostrich does, then perhaps black swans will arrive. So it's a whole Foresight zoo out there. People, on the other hand, also can provoke wildcards. They are usually rule breakers, like the Emperor Caesar in his younger years, when he conducted armies into Rome, which was forbidden by Roman laws, the unwritten Roman constitution. Or think about Ryanair with completely new business models for the airline industry, or Uber, or even Trump. Trump is, for me, an example for a person who produces wild cards. Well, you can say he himself came into office only by a kind of wild card event. Nobody, with the exception of one German friend, thought before the event about that. But these persons, like Trump, have certain principles they follow. They want to destabilize an existing system and to create, by destabilizing that system, new options for themselves. You can also say new futures. Trump is creating new futures, novel futures. I do not like most of them, but from an intellectual point of view, it's a wonderful exercise. So, examples for people who provoke wildcards, these are disruptive business models, the breaking of contracts and conspiracies. Well, if you try to identify wildcards and weak signals, you have always a problem that you do not know where to look. You have to look around. 360 degrees horizon scanning, everything. But how to transgress your own narrowness, your preconceptions, with your perspectives with which you look at reality? And how can you establish the right kind of filters for monitoring everything? If you simply take everything you get, you have too much. And you should be sure, if you try it in a quite systematic way, reality lies between the systematic boxes. Reality is out of the boxes, and therefore you have to switch systematics to try it another way. It's called serendipity in English language. That means to find things you are not searching for. That's the most important, to be open to find all the impossible and impossible. But how can you then communicate them? It's always a problem. Our experiences with wild cards are quite mixed. We use them as eye-openers, we use them against wishful thinking, we use them in risk management as a kind of incalculable risks. But it is sometimes easy to find a lot or to invent a lot of wild cards, but difficult to use them properly. For instance, if you make a study about the future of the energy system, you can include a wild card that we will have no climate change because solar activity goes down. What to do with this kind of wild card? It contradicts everything, and perhaps it would be a spoiler to most important policies. So what to do with it? That's always problematic, so. And sometimes you can develop small wildcard-driven scenarios, and they have really good value since they help you to overcome all these mental restrictions. From a strategy point of view, strategies should be wildcard-proof, or you call them, that is a proof against all kinds of global economic weather conditions, for instance. In former times, you try to develop stable strategies by putting redundancy into systems, doubling departments, putting more objects on stock, etc. Redundancy. That was yesterday's main method for stability. Today, it's flexibility, early warning signaling. Tomorrow, it will be resilience in the broadest sense of the word, that the system itself should be able to react to different kind of wildcards in an intelligent way. But this means that you should anticipate possible disruptions and that you should develop the system which is really robust against all the unpredictable disruptions. Well, in fact, you have again a tension. You have a declining certainty in planning, but also an increasing necessity of long-term foresight. So it is difficult, but therefore we are in the business. If it would be easy and simple, we could leave it to our clients. So in the end, I want to conclude. Working with mega trends also needs working with wildcards and weak signals. And this means you should always watch the skies. Look out what's happening all over the world. You should do horizon scanning again and again. And you should not be afraid of weak signals and wildcards, but you should appreciate weak signals and embrace wildcards and use them. But in fact, you should get ready for a surprise, since in the long run, wildcards will shape the future. I thank you very much for your attention.
A short presentation of what you have been doing there. Every group had same questions, and you have been very, very busy and written a lot of different things. The basic question was, imagine a meeting with a prophet that gives you an opportunity to make 5 questions and about the surroundings of Finland. What would you like to ask? And the other one was that about Finland, but basically the 5 questions. I just said to Mikko that he really has a big job to keep the hope, because quite a few of the things what you have written here and what you probably have discussed are a bit more dystopian, but still there are some, it's a lot about the environmental crises and about refugee crises. What happens in Africa? Is the refugee problem increasing, and how can we take them and create the trust? Do we manage to have the balance between municipalities and then local governments? And well, what if there would be something coming from the space that surprises us? How do we keep the young people? How does the identity of our youngsters develop in these times? Do we even know how much influence there is from other countries in our national conversation, like social media conversation, and so do we even realize how much influence there's somewhere else in there? Is the division to different gear blocks? What about if there would be a national war in US? What happens in Russia? What about Italy would meet a recession? And how do we maintain humanity? So, role of UNESCO. What is the meaning of philosophies and religions in the future? Do we have electricity? What is the demographic development? What is the speed of the development? And what could I take from here? How about the big multinationals, Google, Amazon, whatsoever? How do they affect the tietoisuus? Awareness of us, yes. Climate change. How do you make just decisions that everybody would be with us? Are everybody going to be with us? What would be the average temperature in January 1940? Do we have winters anymore? What happens if this kind of basic assumption that the economic is ever growing doesn't happen? If it's not possible, what happens to us? What happens to Europe? What happens to democracy? Does truth play any role anymore? Can we communicate? Can we make reliable decisions? Is trust any value anymore in this society? Do Finland itself make any laws anymore? Do we need people to run our societies? Is it IE? I don't know. It was not about the IE, but I suppose there is that. Is it the IE who is running the society? What do people dream about in the future? What is how do we tackle polarization in politics? A real polarization, regional polarization. For what is Finland known for the year 2050? Do we have a national culture anymore? What is the spoken language here, 2050? How many internet networks there will be? Do we still have welfare state? Can we afford a welfare state? Do we and how can we manage to tackle demographic changes? What kind of people are living in Finland? How many? What is the part of Finland in global ecosystem? Has Finland been sold out? What is the relation between Finland and Russia? Is Finland member of NATO? Do our ministries have kind of structures for this phenomenon-based politics? Do we have post in Finland? The post office in Finland is a big catastrophe for you just. And what are the main drivers that everybody would have a meaningful life? That we could take out the hinders for work, that the meaning of nature for our humanity would be rising. We go more deep to the complexity. Can we take uses of the digitalization and make human value creation, openness, trust, oikeusvaltioperiaatteet, law of principles, rule of law principles. Okay, good, thank you. Russian, okay. Again, what is the meaning of social status in the future and in the well-being in the future? Don't know what it means. Is there still trust in our own agency? Can we take risk? How is the Finland as an independent state? Do we exist? Is it sold to corporations or some foreign agents? How do we understand and deal with uncertainties? How the well-being will be diverse? Will Europe as a whole cope when there's this power struggle in the global community? Is the European Union, demographic questions? And then what are the basic assumptions? One is that you have to be able to cope on your own. There's the assumption of that the growth is inevitable, and the well-being comes from economics, and that the key unity is family and relations, a bit wider family, and that the cross-national GDP, that the GDP is the foundation of growth. The citizen is an object, not subject, and that we are in a rush to make some changes. Sorry. So it's here. We will send you all these. Sorry. That's I like. Whatever comes, we can fix it. Refugee question from Africa again. So what can surprise us? The member state of Northern Africa will be part of EU. There will be a tunnel between Estonia and Finland. Nordic countries makes a union. There will be a solution for the health and social care whole system. The number of Finnish citizens will double, and still we have the same. Yes, standard for living, thank you. There will be no wars, there will be a cultural revolution, there will be a massive spiritual enlightenment. The Yankees are in war, that was okay. We have stopped the climate change, the role of central banks, can they affect global markets in the face of catastrophes. We have find new intelligent materials. Everything will go as planned. It will surprise us, there will be no surprises. Young people don't want any wars. No national states anymore. No nature catastrophes. What is digitalization without reliable electricity or network? What about if the coronavirus will fall capitalism? The meaning of locality will rise. The sense of community will rise. What about if US and Russia will unite? And there will be a big race in empathy and humanity. Would it be here? You will get all these then in the end. So now I would like to ask here 5 people who were one of each rooms. Pirjo-Leena Forsström, Elina Tonteri, Johanna Kotipelto, Jyrki Hakapää, and Osmo Kuusi. Please discuss freely what has happened, what has been discussed earlier today. After each of you can introduce yourself. And, well, yes, you are free to, you will discuss among yourself. It's not a round. Fishbowl or aquarium is supposed to be a round, but for the streaming and other courses, we will have it like that now. So the meaning is that you discuss with each other. The floor is yours. Please, the floor is yours. You can introduce yourself and...
We're typical Finns. Finns are quiet, we don't. Everything's...
Was it so that we were supposed to discuss in Finnish and then if there is something we can also say?
Yes, that's okay. Yep. Yes, good. Okay. Sorry, I forgot.
Eli puhutaanko me nyt suomea sitten kuitenkin?
Kyllä, ilmeisesti.
Okei. Okay. Joo. No tämä on ollut hyvin mielenkiintoinen päivä, eli tässä on tullut monenlaista. Itse on tietysti niin kuin aika paljon tältä metodeiden näkökulmasta ollut tulevaisuutta ja toki hankkeessa sitten erityisesti teknologian kehitystä. Mehän on Risto Linturin kanssa näitä radikaaliteknologioita oltu miettimässä. Ja on tietysti vähän vaikea nyt lähteä poimimaan, mitä tästä nyt nostaisi sitten erityisesti esille. Mä voisin oikeastaan nostaa yhden semmoisen yllätyksen esille, joka mun käsittääkseni voisi olla sitten aika merkittäväkin. Nimittäin nythän on niin kuin pohdittu sitä, että kun digitalous etenee koko ajan, niin se, mihin on vähemmän kiinnitetty huomiota, on digitalouden ja energiankulutuksen välinen suhde. Eli nythän, kun itsekin on ollut niin kuin tekoälyä paljon pohtimassa, niin ollaan jotenkin itsestään selvästi ajateltu, että tämmöinen niin kuin älykäs tekoäly voi tulla niin kuin ihmisiä korvaamaan, mutta et sitten jos voi ajatella, että tämä tekoälyn kyky energian puolesta niin kuin toimia, nythän jo lasketaan, että digitalous kuluttaa niin kuin 10% maailman energiasta, niin voi ainakin kysyä, että miten nyt sitten esimerkiksi tämä digitalous ja sitten toisaalta niin kuin tekoälyn tai siis niin kuin ilmastonmuutoksen yhteensopivuus tulee ratkaisemaan. Tässä on nyt vain esimerkki semmoista eräänlaista villikortista, joka voisi aika paljonkin tulla vaikuttamaan. Mutta kaiken kaikkiaan, jos mä vielä sanon noista megatrendeistä, että niin kuin Mikko Duuba tuossa alussa totesi, niin megatrendithän on semmoinen tietynlainen kartoitustapa. Mutta sitten ehkä se, missä se jollain lailla näkyy sitten tämä muutos myöskin, on paitsi se, että megatrendit voi taittua, eli kerranhan on käynyt itse asiassa tuossa 1900-luvun alussa, että tämmöinen globalisoituminen on ikään kuin kääntynytkin eristäytymiseksi, mutta että se nyt ei ole kauhean todennäköistä. Mutta sen sijaan niin kuin megatrendien tärkeysjärjestys voi muuttua. Ja nythän on ihan selvästi käynyt niin, että ilmastonmuutos on noussut semmoiseksi ykkösmegatrendiksi tässä mielessä. No tämä nyt tämmöisenä niin kuin äkkiseltään johdettu puheenvuoron.
No, mä voisin tarttua, niin tosiaan piti esitellä. Mä olen Pirjo-Leena Forsström, mä olen CSC Tieteen tietotekniikan keskuksesta, joka on tällainen opetus- ja kulttuuriministeriön omistama tutkimuksen tietotekniikkaa edustava yritys. Ja olisin tarttunut tuohon datatalouden asiaan, koska tämähän liittyy hyvin voimakkaasti myös kanssa Suomeen, koska tämä esimerkiksi joku keskitetty tai hajautettu kysymys tässä on iso, että onko meillä isoa keskitettyä vaikkapa kvanttilaskennan kapasiteettia tulevaisuudessa vai siirrytäänkö me tämmöiseen reunalaskentaan, jossa juuri sitten kaikkialla on sitten niin kuin sitä laskentaa, jolloin on huomattavasti hankalampi hallita sit niitä datoja, mitkä liikkuu paikasta toiseen tai yleensä niitä laskennan kysymyksiä. Onko sitten Suomessa kuitenkin taas on hyvin paljon osaamista vaikkapa energiatehokkaisiin konesaleihin ja tämän tyyppisiin ratkaisuihin, niin olisiko tämä yksi suunta, mihin me voitaisiin sitten kuljettaa tätä meidän tulevaisuutta ja miettiä siinä enemmän ja myös sitten valistaa ihmisiä niistä käyttötavoista, että mitä nyt kannattaa ladata ja mitä kannattaa kopioida pysyvästi itselleen.
Joo, hei, mä oon Elina Tonteri Helsingin yliopiston tutkimuspalveluista. Siellä hyvin vielä aloittelija tämän ennakointin kanssa on taustaltani zoonoosivirologi, eli tämä niin systeeminen näkökulma on mulle tuttua sitä kautta. Mutta mä jatkan tällä aiheella, mutta vähän eri näkökulmasta. Me sitten tässä puhuttiin tästä tietyllä tavalla digitalisaatiosta, kestävyydestä, miten riittää mineraalit ja näin edespäin, mikä liittyy myös tähän, että miten riittää energia, mutta sitten myös arvojen näkökulmasta. Ja esimerkiksi jos ajatellaan, että kuka sitä tekee ja mihin esimerkiksi startupeissa oleva valtava osaaminen, niin kenen hyödyksi se lopulta menee. Miten me saataisiin semmoisia rahoitusmalleja ja mekanismeja, että tätä kaikkea osaamista voitaisiin hyödyntää myös sosiaalisen kehityksen saataisiin valjastettua sitä myös sosiaalisen kehityksen hyväksi. Koska monilla kuitenkin on se missio myös sillä alalla, että haluaisi tehdä jotain hyvää, mutta käytännössä kuitenkin rahavirrat tulee sieltä isolta firmoilta. Ja sitten tämä taas liittyy siihen, että keskusteltiin paljon arvoista ja suomalaista arvoista ja siitä, että ne voi itse asiassa olla aikamoinen kilpailuvaltti jatkossa, että pidetään niistä kiinni ja mietitään, että mikä timantti meillä on. Myös, no joo, ehkä mä jätän tämän tähän ja jatketaan näistä lopuista aiheista.
No, hei, mä oon Jyrki Hakapää. Työskentelen Suomen Akatemiassa strategisen tutkimuksen asioiden parissa. En siis ole itse tutkija, vaan tiedehallinnon puolesta pitäisi tietää jotain siitä, miten tutkimus ja yhteiskunnalliset toimijat tuodaan yhteen ja miten sillä lailla yhteiskunnallisia haasteita ratkaistaan. Miten tätä hommaa rahoitetaan, niitä verkostoja ylläpidetään. Oikeastaan koko aamupäivästä niin kun mulla on mielessä 2 asiaa, jotka haluaisin tuoda esiin tässä. Jo meidän keynoteit, alustavat puheet ja tuo mahtava luettelo, mitä tuossa äsken nähtiin seinän takana, osoitti, että me kyllä pystytään luomaan hirveän pitkä lista asioista, joista me mietitään, että on tärkeitä tulevaisuudelle, jotka on huolestuttavia tai jotain keinoja, jotka ratkaisee niitä. Mä haen vähän prioriteetteja ja mä olen hirveän tyytyväinen siitä, että Mikko ja Sitra niin saivat aika tiiviin paketin. Niin kuin Mikko esitteli meitä, siellä oli 5 isoa asiaa, jotka linkittyvät toisiinsa ja asioita voi hahmottaa sitä kautta. Toki niiden alle tulee vaikka mitä, mutta silloin kun haetaan jotain, mihin tarttua ensiksi, koska samalla oman työn kautta hyvin on myös tullut esiin se, että kun meidän kaikkien pitäisi tarttua vähän niihin asioihin, niin siinä rupeaa aika loppumaan kerta kaikkiaan kesken, jos me kaikki hajaannumme erilaisiin asioihin. Jos jonkun asian haluaisin tuoda esiin siitä Sitran megatrendeistä vielä erikseen, niin olisi se, kellä se valta on. Kuka päättää, mihin asioihin me tartutaan ja millä lailla. Ja se, joilla minusta on jonkin verran asetettu tässä ensimmäiseksi kysymykseksi. Onko se henkilöitä, verkostoja, valtioita, yrityksiä, järjestöjä? Tästäkö, jos meillä olisi siitä käsitys, kenellä on mahdollisuus tarttua asioihin ja kuka päättää, millä lailla niihin tartutaan, niin asiat olisivat jo mun mielestä paljon helpompia. Toinen, mikä kieltämättä tänä aamupäivänä on kovasti tullut mulle esiin, on se, että mikä on historian rooli tulevaisuuden tutkimuksen parina. Mun näkökulmasta historia ei todellakaan ole selvä. Siinä on paljon tutkittavaa edelleen. Meidän käsitykset historiasta muuttuvat jatkuvasti. 20-30 vuotta sitten me ei tiedetty, että maailmassa on ollut yhteiskuntia, jotka ovat tuhoutuneet ekologiseen disruptioon tai tuhoutumiseen. Sen jälkeen me tiedettiin, että Pääsiäissaarilla näin on käynyt. Johan tuli selväksi, että joo, ilmastonmuutos voi tehdä sen meillekin. Historiasta on siis älyttömän paljon edelleen opittavaa siitä, miten ihmiset ovat eläneet ja miten elävät edelleen ja miten se vaikuttaa meihin. Toinen hyvin peruslaatuinen asia mun mielestä on se, että tässä on ne 2 tieteenalaa, jotka ihmisyhteisöjen parissa käsittelee sitä, miten asiat muuttuvat, mikä tempo asioiden muuttumisella on. Ja siinä mielessä näiden 2 tieteenalalla mun mielestä pitäisi tehdä paljon lähempää yhteistyötä. vanha kunnon Fernand Braudel 60-luvun Ranskasta jaotteli, että maailmassa tapahtuu 3 tasolla muutoksia. On nämä aktuaaliset poliittiset, sen yhteiskunnalliset nopean temon taso, yhteiskunnan struktuurit, jotka kestävät pidempään, ja sitten tämä meidän suhde tuohon ympäröivään luontoon, joka muuttuu kaikkein hitaimmin. Ja noin nopeasti sanottuna näen, että sen nykypäivän haaste on nimenomaan se, että niitä disruptioita ja tuhonaiheuttajia on nyt kaikissa näillä 3 taholla samanaikaisesti, ja ne pitäisi jotenkin handlata. Mutta tämä on entisen historioitsijan näkemys, hyvin nopeasti kehitetty. Toivottavasti niin kuin ammattilaiset näillä 2 alalla niin hakevat vähän hienostuneempaa käsitystä asiasta.
Kiitos. Mä olen Johanna Kotipelto ja Verohallinnosta on ollut tuossa Jaanan läheisyydessä valtioneuvoston kansliassa hetken, että olen kerran vastannut profeetan kysymyksiä ja nyt sitten päädyin vähän yllättäen tänne lavalle. Meillä puhuttiin paljon uskosta, toivosta ja luottamuksesta. Päädyttiin inhimillisyyteen sen jälkeen, kun Osmo tuossa mainitsi tämän tekoälyn paljon kuluttavuuden, eli saimme ihan betoniekvivalentit ja hiilidioksidipäästömäärät sinne, että mitä se tekoäly todellisuudessa on. Yksi keskeinen kysymys oli, että miksi tulevaisuudessa opitaan? Mitä tapahtuu, jos usko tulevaisuuteen katoaa, jos toivo katoaa? Miten inhimillisyys ja ihmisyys säilytetään? Mikä on ylipäänsä yhteisön merkitys? Miten kehittyy yksilön identiteetti enää nykynuorilla tai meillä vanhemmillakaan, kun me olemme koko ajan, emme enää yksin omien ajatustemme kanssa, vaan koko ajan yhteydessä toisiimme? Mitä se kollektiivisuus sitten on ja tuottaa? Onko meillä olemassa yksilön omia yksittäisiä ajatuksia? Ja sitten ehkä oppimisen kautta Kiinan mallin mukaisesti, kun oli käyty Kiinassa ja kerrottu suomalaisen oppimiskulttuurin ja suomalaisen kulttuurin parhaimpia asioita, niin tuli se kysymys, että millä tavalla luottamusta voisi siirtää kulttuurista toiseen. Ja kun katsotaan toimintaympäristöä ja pakolaistilannetta, niin mitkä ovat ne merkitykselliset keinot, joilla ihmiset saavat kokemuksen siitä luottamuksesta? Jos tullaan kulttuurista, jossa aina kysytään, että miten rankaisemme, kun jotain ei tapahdu niin kuin on sovittu. Ehkä eniten juuri tällä tavalla. Yksi semmoinen iso kysymys oli tuohon, että voitaisiko me luoda kansakuntana jotain uutta ulkopuolelle oman sellaisiin kulttuureihin tai sellaisiin alueisiin, sellaisiin ympäristöihin, jossa meillä on jotain annettavaa, että meillä olisi ikään kuin assetteja, ja siellä tarvittaisiin, voisiko sitä kautta syntyä kestävää kasvua, taloutta, koska edelleen meidän struktuurit on sellaisia, että me mitataan kaikkia sen BKT:n kautta, me hoetaan sitä jatkuvan kasvun mantraa, mutta mitä tapahtuu, jos se irtikytkentä ei olekaan mahdollista? Millä tavalla me voisimme edelleen luoda hyvinvointia? Mitä se hyvinvointi ylipäänsä on? Millä sitä pitäisi mitata? Millä tavalla me pidämme huolen elannosta ja elämästä ylipäänsä?
Tässä voisi heittää yhden semmoisen, joka meillä tuli ihan lopussa suoraan jatkoksi tälle, eli että semmoinen lisäkysymys, että minkälaisessa Suomessa en haluaisi asua. Eli joka sitten juuri ehkä rajaisi tätä. Mutta tässä oli...
Joo, me olisin myös jatkanut tähän, että meillä päädyimme sellaiseen onnelliseen skenaarioon, missä ehkä jonkunlaiseen vallankumoukseen, missä inhimillisyys ja niin kuin ihmislähtöisyys voittaa. Mutta sitten samaan aikaan me nähtiin, että on ehkä myös vähän nähtävissä, että sitten niitä ihan niin kuin dystopisimpia ja hurjimpia skenaarioita ei uskalleta, etenkään niin kuin päätöksentekijät ei uskalla oikeasti puhua niistä. Esimerkiksi just nimenomaan, että mitä tämä kestävän kasvun ajatus on mahdoton. Mitä jos ei ole kestävää kasvua? Ja sitten toinen oli massamaahanmuutto, että jos me ei uskalleta niin kuin tunnistaa sitä, että ilmastonmuutoksen seurauksena niin tämä, mitä nyt tapahtuu, on vielä niin kuin aivan pientä, niin miten meidän ensinnäkin meidän kulttuuri, miten se muuttuu, miten se kestää, ja myös se, että niin kuin ilman sitä, että uskalletaan tunnistaa ja puhua niistä, niin ei voida päästä koskaan ratkaisuihinkaan.
Tosiaan ennen kuin mennään tähän, mitä tulevaisuutta ei halua, niin voisi tuohon vielä sanoa näistä, että kun me puhutaan näistä ratkaisusta, me käytiin tuossa ryhmässä myös keskustelua siinä, että mistä johtuu se, että me halutaan hirvittävän nopeasti niin kuin ottaa asia, käsitellä se ja löytää sille ratkaisu ja sitten unohtaa se, kun oikeastihan nämä asiat ei katoa mihinkään. Ne tarvitaan niin kuin hyvin paljon sellaista erilaista ymmärrystä. Meidän pitäisi niin kuin kasvattaa sitä sietokykyä sen epävarmuuden suhteen. Ja nämä jännitteet on juuri itse asiassa sitä, että me ei tiedetä riittävästi niistä asioista. Ne on hyvin pitkälti tässä. Ja meillä kuitenkin niin kuin on yhteiskuntana hyvin paljon mahdollista keskustella ja niin kuin walk the talk, viedä lähelle kansalaisia sitä epävarmuutta, niin se voisi myös olla yksi, että pystytään auttamaan siinä niin kuin siedättämisessä ja sitä kautta sen resilienssin kasvattamisessa ja se, että ei vaan ole nopeita ratkaisuja, vaan on pitkää kärsivällistä työtä asioiden eteen.
Yksi työpaja tai workshop lisää siis tämä epävarmuuden sietokyky ja luottamuksen. Keiden kesken me jaamme luottamuksen, niin oli erittäin voimakkaasti meillä kanssa esillä.
Ja tästähän meillä on nyt ihan ajankohtainen keissi meneillään, koronavirus. Eli siitäkin ajatellaan, että haluttaisiin tietää nyt heti ja tavallaan viranomaisten kyky kyseenalaistaan, koska viranomaiset ei pysty antamaan suoria aukottomia vastauksia, mutta tosiasia on, että se on uusi virus ja meillä on hyvät valmiussuunnitelmat, mutta niitäkin pitää tuunata aina sen kunkin epidemian kohdalla ja se, että miten nyt on hyvä esimerkki siitä, että sille epävarmuuden siedolle että ollaan heti vaatimassa päitä vadille, eikä hyväksytä sitä, että näin tämä nyt vaan on.
Niin, ehkä se on sitä, että kukaan ei omista sitä epävarmuutta. Kriisit omistetaan. Kyllä. Meillä on niin vaikka terveyden kriisiviranomaisia, mutta ei tällaista
Meillä oli aika paljon käyty tästä vallan tulevaisuusteemasta, että pohdittiin tätä valtioiden tulevaisuutta esimerkiksi, että mikä niiden rooli on ja paikallisen toimijan. Ja sitten ehkä se erityinen suuri haaste, koen ainakin itse, on juuri näiden suurten toimijoiden, niin kuin Google, Apple, Alexa, jotka käyttää tätä alustataloutta vahvasti lähtökohtana. Ja siihen liittyy itse asiassa semmoinen hanke, mitä mä pidän nyt monessa suhteessa Suomen tärkeimpänä hankkeena, joka on tämä Aurora AI-hanke, joka lähtee niin kuin tämmöisestä ikään kuin henkilökohtaisen tukiälyn, eräänlaisen suomalaisen ratkaisun rakentamiseen tämmöiseksi niin kuin henkilökohtaiseksi tukiälyksi. Ja siinä mä näen niin yhden semmoisen elementin, joka noissa aikaisemmissa alun puheenvuorossa ei ehkä ihan riittävästi tullut, että pitäisi kuitenkin niin kuin pyrkiä luomaan jonkunlaista kansallista visiota. Ja me toki ollaan niin kuin se luotu kohtuullisen hyvin nyt niin kuin tämän ilmastonmuutosproblematiikan suhteen. Siihen on asetettu selviä tavoitteita ja niin edelleen. Mutta tämän tekoälykehityksen suhteen niin mä itse koen ensinnäkin sen, että siellä on olemassa erittäin hyvä käsite tukiäly, joka lähtee siitä, että sen ei pidäkään olla sellainen ikään kuin kaikki tietävä toimija, vaan vähän niin kuin siihen tapaan, kun nämä Sirit ja Alexat ja tällaiset on tämmöinen niin kuin keskusteleva. Mä olen käyttänyt tämmöistä vertausta niin kuin eräänlaisesta sosiaalista omatuntoa edustavasta avustajasta, joka voi sitten, niin kuin esimerkiksi tässä Aurora-hankkeessahan se lähtee näistä ihmisten konkreettisista elämäntilanteista ja siitä, että yritetään niihin rakentaa tämmöistä tukiälyä. Ja sitten se pitkä visio on rakentaa tietynlainen yhdentävä tukiäly, joka käyttää vaikka puhe- ja jossain määrin näkökäyttöliittymää. Mutta siinä niin kuin kohdataan vahvasti sitten näiden suurten toimijoiden rooli, koska juuri tätä samaa tekee tällä hetkellä Google Assistant, Alexa, Siri. Eli ne ikään kuin yrittää ottaa meidän tietoisuuden haltuunsa. Eli lapset kysyy jo Siriltä, mikä on elämän tarkoitus. Ja sillä on sitten 3 erilaista vastausta tällä Sirillä tähän kysymykseen. Eli ne on niin kuin aikamoisia niin kuin vallankäyttäjiä jo monella lailla. Ja sitten voi tietysti miettiä, että mikä on tämmöisen niin kuin face-to-face vuorovaikutuksen ja juuri tämmöisen yhteisöllisyyden, toisten suoran kohtaamisen ja tämän tyyppisen ikään kuin toiminnan suhteen.
Koppaisin heti paikalla kiinni ja toisin uudelleen sen luottamuksen ja myöskin Götte Nymanin esittelemän institutionaalisen luottamuksen käsitteen, josta eilen Verohallinnon webinaarissa oli puhetta. Eli se ajatus, että millä tavalla me suhtaudumme sellaisiin isoihin toimijoihin Suomessa. Verottajaan luotetaan vielä. mutta kun esimerkiksi meillä kokeiltiin chatbotin käyttöä, niin siinä tutkimuksessa käyttäjät sanoivat, että älkää olko hauskoja ja henkilökohtaisia minulle. Mä mieluummin pidän teidät viranomaisena, mikä oli sitten taas virkailijoille ja meille niin kuin kehittäjille hyvin yllättävä, koska me kuviteltiin, että se olisi ollut mukavampaa, että me ei oltaisi niin pelottavia. Eli missä menee se raja, miten se luottamus säilytetään, mitä se on eri toimijoilla ja millä tavalla kansalaisen luottamus ansaitaan, millä tavalla se säilytetään ja turvataan. Ja sitten tuota kautta niin kun ehkä se semmoinen nöyryys ajatella, että se tukiäly todella on vain yksi työkalu ja entistä enemmän on kysymys niin kun perusrekistereiden tietoturvasta ja vastuullisesta kokonaisuuksien ja systeemien ymmärtämisestä ja kärsivällisestä rakentamisesta. Et meillä on helppo ajatella, että valtio tahtoo hyvää, mutta mitä se luottamus on Kiinassa tai Iranissa tai Syyriassa muualla tuolla?
Joo, jos pudotetaan vielä termi oikeusvaltio, joka tuli tuolla meidän keskusteluissa esiin juuri tämmöisenä, että mikä ihme tässä yhteiskunnassa on nyt se, mitä me haluamme säilyttää tai viedä eteenpäin tai vähintään säilyttää, jotta tunnemme, että se on se suomalainen yhteiskunta, mitä toivomme, että tulevaisuudessa olisi. Ja siihen sana se päätyy, että on joku selkeä lakikokonaisuus, jota yhteisesti muokataan ja jotkut selkeät säännöt, miten toimitaan.
Johon voi luottaa.
Ne juuri näin.
Ja tämähän on tosi hienoa, että me voidaan puhua suomalaisessa yhteiskunnassa tästä luottamuksesta ja kaikki varmasti koetaan se tässä. Mutta tuossa juuri mitä nostit esiin, että mikä on se, mikä olisi se suomalaisten tulevaisuus, mikä nostaa meitä erikseen tai mikä antaa meille niin kuin juuri meille yhteiskunta.
Ja saa meidät tietyllä lailla toimimaan määrätietoisesti, koska siis tämä on nyt tietysti voi sanoa, että Suomen valtiohallinnon, joka on näkynyt tietysti tässä sote-hommassa nyt kaikkein vahvemmin, että siis jotenkin semmoinen niin kuin määrätietoisen toiminnan kyky valtiollisella tasolla on niin kuin heikentynyt. Että me ollaan niin kuin todella, että siinä mielessä niin kuin mä koen esimerkiksi tämän tukiälykonseptin kehittämisen niin hyvin niin kuin tärkeäksi just, että siellä on niin kuin yksi selvä asia, vähän niin kuin Elon Muskilla, että mennään Marsiin, niin tässä on niin kuin tietty idea, että Suomi voisi olla jopa jonkunlainen vastuullinen edelläkävijä tämän tyyppisille ajatuksille. Ja tämmöisiä musta niin kuin tarvittaisiin, jotta me todella niin kuin Suomena voitaisiin olla merkittävä toimija.
Niin, koska kun me pohditaan noita megatrendejä, niin me useinhan pohditaan ihan samaa, mitä monissa muissa maissa on. Ja tartutaanko me oikeasti sieltä, että mitkä on ne meidän erot ja meidän vahvuudet, mikä on ne soft spot, missä me oikeasti päästäisiin eteenpäin. Ja varsinkin sit, jos Euroopan tasolla tulee AI white paperit ja siellä on datastrategiassa juuri julkaistussa voimakkaasti mukana nämä eri asiat, millä me erottaudutaan varmasti. Että Aurora AI on tietysti hyvä tässä.
Ja mikä meidän keskustelussa nousi myös on niin sana rohkeus, että sekin on rohkeutta tunnistaa, että hei, nämä on ne meidän jutut ja tietyllä tavalla just määrätietoisesti edetä niiden mukaan. Uskaltaa olla menemättä sitä reittiä, mitä kaikki muut menee. Joo.
Nyt mä joudun valitettavasti tämän mielenkiintoisen keskustelun keskeyttää. Kiitoksia teille oikein paljon näistä ajatuksista. Ja nyt me jatkettaisiin vielä muutamalla, eli Karl-Heinz and Mikko, if I can ask you and Lisa to join me on the stage. So, I'm going to put this a little bit aside.
Mulla on viestiseinä auki nyt sitten, jos joku haluaa kirjoittaa ja kommentteja pitkin tätä matkaa, ja mä seuraan sitä tässä koko ajan.
Okay, so we have a few questions for Mikko and for Karl-Heinz. Now, people who do foresight and who are starting the journey in looking into the future, what would be your sort of first recommendations, how to start, how to get going, sort of 5 more most important tips for starting this work?
Well, Of course, when we start a project, we always have a kind of set of questions we have to check. You can call it framing or something else. First is know your client. Really get the perspective of your client. What are his real intentions and wishes, perhaps also things he has not written down in the project proposal or so. The second is be realistic. Think about what budget you would need, what are the time frames, what are preconditions necessary. Sometimes in projects one is inclined to write a proposal and to suit it perfectly to what was the task. And for us as a private company, that's always a problem to have a too low price label on it. So be realistic with all these matters. The third one is look for the right team. Bring into the team, of course, your colleagues, but the ones who are interested in it. Sometimes when you're in an institute or a consulting company, you have so many projects that you say, well, let's take the trainee to it, then we have enough personnel. It doesn't work. Just be realistic with respect to the personnel you integrate. And then that's a principle for myself. I do not really teach it to my students. Think about what could be possible results of the projects. When we engage in a scenario project, I sometimes at the beginning write down what 3, 4, or 5 scenarios will be the result of it. And I hope that I do not influence the participants in the project to direct them to the scenarios. No, I try to avoid these scenarios I have in mind when I start the project. So, and the 5th point is open. I have only these 4.
Excellent points. I would say that my first 3 points would be that don't be alone. So I agree with the team. So find a kind of a group of people to do the foresight with. But also don't be alone in either in that team. There's, especially in Finland, we have a kind of a luxury of a lot of foresight people. Perhaps the highest per capita foresighters.
Yes. It's wonderful. It's yes. Wonderful.
And there are a lot of networks, of course, the National Foresight Network, for example. So there are people who have been in the similar situation as yourself, as a kind of on the start of a foresight project. But then the third kind of don't be alone is that invite people from diverse backgrounds. I would say that in these times it's more crucial than ever to hear different voices, hear voices that haven't necessarily been heard that much in futures thinking. And then, so that's the key thing. Don't be alone. Then again, you can use existing material, megatrends, different scenarios, and you're looking at that, you perhaps know better why do you want to do that foresight project. Is it really needed, or is it just enough to kind of have a discussion on what would these mean for ourselves? And then the 5th point would be to be open and ready to change your thinking. Yeah. It's useless to do foresight if you already kind of have set your mind that this is what I think the future will be. You will have to challenge your thinking and the thinking of others.
Thank you. Thank you. What would be sort of the biggest methodological challenges in foresight processes but also what are sort of the biggest social challenges in doing, or social sort of process challenges, if you both would still answer that one as well.
Well, I could give an example. Well, of course, methodology always have to be adapted to the project, to the task, to the people you invite into the project and so on. But sometimes you have a real methodological and social problem. Among Foresight people, there's a common stance, all the perspectives should be integrated into a project so that you can view it from all the possible directions. But in fact, when it comes to certain projects, this is not possible. We had a project about immigration and integration in Germany. And we run workshops with persons, and we had to invite persons from non-governmental organizations, from migrant organizations, and then we in the project team that and reflected, well, we invite only people who are open to migration, only the good ones. But what about the German right-wing people who do not want migration? They are they bring in an important perspective. In the end, we decided not to do it, since we knew they would blow up all our methodology. We would have political quarrels and no scientific quarrels in the room. So, but of course, we felt that we could not really fulfill our task in this way. So we had to make this bargain, though it's a real problem, and it is also about, say, this tension between the methodological content side and the social side of the project. Both have to work, but sometimes the social side counteracts the methodological side, or the other way around. Yeah.
I would say on a kind of a broad theoretical framework, I would say that this shift to post-normal times challenges also our existing foresight practices. So we have perhaps moved from, let's say, this kind of prediction and planning paradigms to more towards these scenarios and vision paradigms. So we think about alternative futures and we make visions, etc. But if there's even more uncertainty, these more kind of critical and transformative paradigms are more kind of crucial there. This is Matti Minkkinen and colleagues have a great paper on these six paradigms, and I really think that we need to develop some of also the methodological and process kind of approaches in Foresight to respond really to the challenge posed by post-normal times and the need to make huge societal transitions. And this means that we need to think about methodologies that can kind of have different, many voices, a plural kind of approach without leading to really the kind of paralyzing conflict. So conflict is okay, but we need to deal with that. We need to take discontinuities and wildcards, weak signals, etc., better into account, and we need to have this more in a continuous process. And then this links to kind of a thing that's been in Foresight for quite a long as a challenge. How does this integrate then to action? So it shouldn't be seen as a kind of separate thing that, okay, we made a beautiful scenario process, and we have this report, and now we can just throw it away and continue as ever.
Yes, yes.
Start the next scenario.
Yeah, yes, exactly. Yeah.
That is what our French colleague Michel Godet once said. We have too many scenarios and too few projects which realize the outcomings of the scenario processes.
Yeah.
Now, we had the presentation from Albrecht von Müller, and he was going more into complexity. Now, how would you reduce the complexity without losing the essential?
You never know. You never know what you lost. That is, of course, you have quite a lot of tools, and Albrecht von Müller developed some very good tools. Parmenides Eidos is a wonderful software. We very often used it. But of course, when we decide, we take into account only 10 key factors and not 20, we lose something. And we try then very often to bring into the process in a later stage that what we excluded from the process at the beginning. So for instance, if we work only with, say, 6 key factors, and there was another key factor about, say, developments in the health sector, etc., and in the end, we use these excluded factors as a test to the scenarios we have, so that at least we have not forgotten it. And sometimes, quite practical, in such a process, when we discuss it in the room with the workshop participants, I say, okay, we have cut it down to these factors, but the rest is not forgotten. We have it not in a dustbin or waste bin, but in a basket of valuables which we use later in the process. I have to confess, sometimes we don't use it, but we could use it, and that's important.
Yeah, and there the kind of transparency that even though you wouldn't use it, you kind of open also the different products during the process to others, so others can build upon that.
In fact, they should feel happy. If sometimes you have a person who put a factor on the table, and then we exclude the factor. I have to keep him or her happy. That's it.
When it comes to complexity, I've been inspired by this concept of systems intelligence by Raimo Hämäläinen and Esa Saarinen, which basically is the idea that even though the world is very kind of complex and we struggle to model it and to understand it and to present it, and something is always left out, we do have a very long history of living in complex systems. Yeah. Any kind of social interaction is a very kind of complex adaptive system, yet we can behave in them also in a successful way. But we have to be kind of humble that when we are describing a system explicitly, that there's always a shadow system that's at play. So we don't know the kind of whole system, or we can't describe it because we are part of that system. But that doesn't mean that we couldn't act successfully in that kind of system. And that means also in practice that we have to attune to our feelings. We have to not be only in the analytical mode, which is sometimes the case in we kind of gonna get stuck in the analytical mode in Foresight. In other fields as well.
Yeah. Sometimes I question this trend to ever more complexity, and I ask myself, is my world really more complex, say, than the world of a Sami hunter-gatherer? No, he had also a very complex world. He had to look at weather conditions, to look for the animals, to all his social relations, and so perhaps complexity is in the eye of the beholder. It is not an object property of the world around us. But that's the skeptical part of me, and sometimes I'm not so skeptical.
Yeah. Future Shock by Alvin Toffler turns 50
Yeah.
this year, and the basic premise is that the world is, the change is so rapid, we have a kind of culture shock when it comes to future. But then again, Douglas Roscoff wrote a book called Present Shock a couple of years ago. So you can see that perhaps even though the world has been complex before, we feel that it's even more complex now.
Yeah. And we are happy with it, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay, there is a question.
I'd like to ask you, when Mikko, you said that there are more foresight people in Finland than anywhere else. The acquiring here was told about that we have to be bold. We have to be courage. We have to have the courage to speak about the right things, the real things. So, how do you build the relationship between foresight people and then those who see and look far and politicians? In Germany and in Finland, how do you get the politicians to be bold enough to speak about the right things?
Finland first.
Oh yeah, politicians. That's a hard one. I would say that in general, this comes to increasing the future's capability, the future's literacy, basically the ability to think and use futures. And there's a lot of good work done globally, but also in Finland. So I feel that we need to have a kind of a ways to build common vocabulary, ways to build, be able to imagine positive, better, different futures, but then. And I feel that this is being tackled pretty well when it comes to school children or the youth or students. We have a good kind of education system here. But then people who are already in the kind of a working life, and then politicians. That's harder because it does require you to change your mindset, and it does require you to take a step back from the kind of current fires around you, and which and the payoff from a politician's view isn't necessarily good. That you might not get re-elected when you're raising the things that perhaps the futurists would want you to raise. So
perhaps one could distinguish politicians and state people, statesmen, the English word state people now. So politician thinks in election terms, but really political people think long term. So it's a difference, and they are more open. But when you look back into history, there are ages where a society and also a political elite is more open to future questions than in other ages. In Germany, it was before around 1900. We had a journal called Zukunft, founded in 1890. It disappeared during the First World War, so as German future was. So, and in the 1960s, we had a rise in future consciousness in Germany. Every party at that time had future thinkers or small think tanks and so on. And Franz Josef Strauss, a famous CSU politician at that time, was telling everybody now has a future thinker, one reals future today. He was not so very happy with it, with the rhetorics behind the future. So, and one has to distinguish what is really consciousness of future things and what is rhetorics. And since some years, since we have again a large, not too large, but the largest possible still working coalition in Germany, we have in the coalition contract a paragraph about foresight, and this of course is quite helpful. And we have closer links of government institutions to Foresight people. We have in Germany, we have a Federal Academy of Security Policy, which performs several times in the year seminars on foresight and so on. So perhaps foresight diffuses a little bit and very slowly into the administration. So let's hope so. But the function of foresight people is not to be comfortable to politicians. There should be a tension between us and politicians. We should be able to speak about uncomfortable truths, to bring on the table the unpalatable things. The question is, how much of these things, how many of these can we put on the table to be not excluded from it? So that's always a bargain and a difficult question. So don't be comfortable, but also do not be too uncomfortable to your clients.
So going from there, in the futures we often, my colleagues talk about taboo themes. We talk about power plays. So what would be your sort of recommendations how to and how to deal with requests for not to talk about some stuff, or when you see some power plays or games taking place, how to go about that?
There are surely projects you should not take. That's on your own. You should be honest to yourself and say, if they exclude this important issue from the project, you cannot do it in a scientifically honest way. So even if they pay for it, or they should be paid much more. So
during the process, when you already
during the process, of course, you have always evasive strategies. For instance, we had a project about electromobility in the region Berlin. And one of the requirements was to confine our study to battery electric vehicles and to exclude plug-in hybrids. It is simply stupid. We included it, and they didn't notice it. So sometimes you can evade stupid requirements, and or the better way is to convince your client that he should reflect again and include certain topics. But that is a longer way, though.
And power plays?
And power play, it's always power play. You are one of the pawns in that power play, and you should look for the sprinklers and tower and so on. But of course, you are part of a power play. You should know when you are abused in power play, and you should try to be a small force in power play. But to abuse them, there was once, we had scenarios for the federal state of Saxony, and these scenarios we have in a certain way fell victim to power play, since we had one scenario, it was called Decline alla Mezzogiorno, that is economy going down like in southern Italy, and we had the name from the former Prime Minister of Saxony, and the next one didn't like it, and therefore we could not publish these scenarios. But on the government table, the Minister of Culture took one of our scenarios and used it to say she needs more for culture and education and so on. Only this is a way to make Saxony stronger. Later I was told that the minister abused our scenarios. But they, at least at one day, were part of the power play. And I'm still proud of it, as you see.
I would say that a foresight practitioner is usually has even more power, because it's you do have power on the agenda setting, on boundary setting, and also on the vocabulary use. So what kind of words are used, also all the methodological questions. So it's useful also to be aware of actually the power you are using when you are describing different futures, and what are the words you use, etc. I have basically just the examples I have are when the when the taboos have kind of arisen, but not been able to kind of convince that perhaps we should take this. One was on a project looking, I don't know, was it 40 years, 50 years ahead, so I thought that, okay, perhaps a critical futures research method would be useful in this kind of framing, so perhaps use a causal-layered analysis, and the client was very kind of excited about this. Yeah, sounds good, but just one thing, that we can't question economic growth, because otherwise we won't get the funding. And I was like, okay, well, the whole point of that method is to question these kind of assumptions. So perhaps we should kind of rethink what method we are using. And in the same, actually, we managed to fit through scenarios also this idea that perhaps economy can go in different places, and we wrote a nice scenario on basically on economic collapse. But there was a modeling element in that as well, and the economist understood economic collapse as being 1% GDP growth, because for economists that is economic collapse. Our narrative didn't quite fit that in our view, but so these have been more of a kind of a learning thing than things I would have been able to kind of question at that point. That was a couple of years ago now, and I think the questioning economic growth is no taboo anymore, but it definitely was.
I would like to give the floor to the people in the Sali, in the audience. So, who would have a question now for the panelists? Mikko Tyrväinen.
Yes, thank you. My name is Mikko Tyrväinen from the Defense Forces. My question goes to Karl-Heinz, and the question about, you talk about tension or friction in terms of your client, and you approach a project and you immediately come across this sort of a culture big against change, or, you know, the kind of attitude that, you know, let's not rock the boat too much. How do you deal with that? Thank you.
Well, it's always difficult. You first have to understand what are the limits of your client. How far can he or she go? What is the organizational culture, and how much could it change? And what is the impact of the study on the client? And well, usually you get such an understanding, and you know what you can tell the client and what not. That is perhaps a kind of principle. If you have very good relations to your client, you understand your client, the client understands your position, then you can come up with more difficult issues to him. You can put the unpalatable on the table. But if you have already a tension with a client, you cannot put too awkward things into your study. So try to be on a very good relation, even with clients which you would not invite to your private dinner table. But since they are your clients, they have to be plastered. That's quite clear. So then you may even use things which are not on their screen. You can do it. But another small principle: never use wildcards which simply destroy your client without any help, like the asteroid. So it's no use using asteroids. They are always in the sets of wildcards, or really pandemics, not this time like Corona now. So that does not work in most projects. So we had once a project about forest visions 2100, since trees grow slowly, in Finland too. So did you talk about forests in the working group? Okay, then I'm happy. Okay, so we were talking about, well, year 2100, is there still a Federal Republic of Germany, a European Union? But we dropped the question since the Federal Republic was our client.
Other questions? If not, then I would like to just make a last question. Now we're celebrating Futures Day. I'm happy to have Otto Tähkäpää here with us today, who has been really promoting this day in Finland. And so what would be your sort of messages to like, what would you like to say to people on this Futures Day that we celebrate?
Well, I think the theme this year, utopias and thinking about better futures, is very topical and excellent. So yeah, just think about different but better futures. We need to democratize our futures thinking in this kind of time of transitions.
Yeah. That's one thing I always tell my students and also sometimes my clients. I take it from Gaston Berger, who the famous French founder of the concept of la prospective in the 1950s. And he had as, I think, third or fourth principle of la prospective, prendre des risques, you should take risks. And I tell my clients and my students, du courage, et encore du courage. So.
Thank you so much. Thank you for spending the day and this morning with us. It has been very inspiring. Thank you, Mikko. Thank you, Karl-Heinz. Thank you, Lisa, so much for being a partner on this day. Thank you, Albrecht von Müller, even though we will be sending our greetings to him. He shared with us a video that we couldn't show because his slot was 20 minutes and he sent a 50-minute video. We will be posting this video also in some channels, so you will also be able to see a longer presentation from him. And as always, in our YouTube channel, you can find then later on the recordings of today. And we will be also sharing the insights from this wall. Yes.
Yeah, just for the last comment, there's a hope for next meeting or meeting in the future, and that would be future, hope, and the possibilities of foresight. Sounds great, I think.
Thank you so much.